Okay, here I am, says I'm live. And according to YouTube, I have somebody waiting, so welcome, whoever's here. Um, as I have mentioned, I have finally hit 100 subscribers. I officially have 103, and so I'm excited about that. So on Sunday, excuse me, hi, Chocolate Witch. I officially have 103. Gotta turn off the sound. That messes things up. I have the 103, like I said, and Sunday, I plan on doing my Ask Me Anything questions combined with NaNoWriMo's writing sprint, since it's the first day of NaNoWriMo. It will be from 5 to 8 because they do have a sleep test that night, so I can't run my normal 5 to 6 hours like I normally do. It will have to be limited to the 3 hours. Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I didn't think it would happen, and now here it is. So I'm very happy. That off of there. It's my headset. I don't seem to need to wear it. I just have to have it connected. So I am going to do that as a combo. So after the questions, we'll do some sprints if there's any questions. If anybody sends any in, and they can ask questions in the audience if they happen to be out there. So it's not limited to questions sent in ahead of time, although having a list would make it easier. But if I have to do it, off the cuff, as they say, I'll have to do it that way. So I picked Sunday since it's the weekend. It's hard to schedule live streams now. There are just so many of them around. Like right now, there's a bunch going on, and there's going to be a big one because once Kevin, the writer, and his sister Laura Wright start, they usually get a huge audience. So there's a lot of writing sprints going on. So it is hard finding the time when nobody else is sprinting. So the first day of Nano will probably be super busy, but I'm just going to combine them into one and do it that way, and do it on the weekend. So, it does limit me because of the sleep test, but 3 hours isn't bad. That's still a lot of time. So most people only do 2 hours. I'm one of the few that go on for 5 or 6 hours as long as I have people that want to sprint, I'll go on. So, I actually, as I've talked in here a little bit, I know you've been around for a little while, Chocolate Witch. I was talking about rewriting my thriller and taking out a lot of the point of view characters. And I just read an article in one of the writing things out there, one of the sites, and they say that a lot of people are doing it now. And granted, these people are more experienced than I am, but it's becoming more common to have more than 1 or 2 point of views. Okay, you're welcome. Yeah, mine are usually between 5 and 6 hours as long as people are here. And of course, the longer you go, you run into other time streams. So there may not be somebody in the beginning who can come at the end. So I pick up some people at the end who are looking for streams. So, for me, it's not a problem. I like doing them. So it's not a problem for me. Some people stick strictly to 2 hours and that's it. That's all they do. And, that's their choice. I decided a while ago that as long as I had people interested and I didn't have something else I had to do, that I would keep sprinting. So mine are usually, we had one, it was 6+ hours the other night. So I definitely do keep going. But like I said, I do have to limit Sundays, unfortunately, to the 3 hours. But they were talking about the multiple point of views, and that if you can do it right, you don't have to eliminate all that. So now I'm rethinking, because I really didn't want to do that. I didn't want to take away my multiple point of views. I liked having them. And I was trying to combine two characters into one, and I didn't know quite how to do that. And this way, and when I started thinking about it, it affects the end of the story if I combine these two into one person. Sometimes I can't talk. I do apologize, but sometimes I just can't talk. into one person, into two people into one person. I didn't want to do that, and then I realized it was going to change the end of the story really too much that I wasn't prepared for. So I may go back to the other way I was going to do it. So I still am no closer as to what I'm going to do on Nano than I was the other day. So welcome whoever just joined us. I have noticed most people seem to prefer 20 to 25-minute sprints. I know there are some of us that like longer ones, some who like shorter ones. I don't want to scare people away again, so I won't do a 40-minute one again. Any requests? Otherwise, I'm just thinking 20 to 25 minutes. I mean, we can always change them as time goes on and people arrive. Right now, it looks like it's mainly your choice right now, Chocolate Witch, because you're the only one who seems to be responding. So if you have a special request for how long you want the sprint to be, I will do that. I apologize for my voice. I am having a problem keeping it clear. Okay, you want to start with 20? That's great. We might as well get started. I don't have a whole lot else to say. You never know what to say in the beginning of these things. You don't want to keep repeating the same thing over and over again. All right, so I got to share my timer. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, here we go. Central Time. Oh, okay. Okay. Hi, Elbereth. Thank you for the congratulations. Nice to meet you. I don't believe I've seen you before, so welcome to my channel. We just did our first sprint, and I was actually watching. I don't know whether you guys are planning on doing NaNoWriMo or what, but there's a group out there that are starting a rebel action against NaNoWriMo. Like, they don't like the new rules, the new website, the whole thing. So I was just watching a video. Now, I don't know how serious they are. I mean, they're calling it a mockumentary, which means they're making fun. And hopefully, that's all they're doing. But I do know that there are people out there calling themselves nano rebels. Some of them are starting early. They're not doing, they're not writing on the site. There's a lot of people doing different things. Hi, Kate. Doing work stuff at the moment, but I'll join in the writing for the next one. Okay. Nice to see you. Because I know NaNoWriMo, unfortunately, when they changed their website, really messed things up, and they haven't fixed it yet. So, yeah, Albert, that was the first time. I mean, I've heard it mentioned numerous times. Now, I think the video that was just done is just in fun, but there are people that are calling themselves nano rebels this year. They're not going to follow the rules as they are currently set up. And I'm kind of halfway in there. I don't like a lot of things that they've done since they screwed with their site and messed it up. And I don't like the fact of being required to do 50,000 as the goal, because we talked about this yesterday. I'm not sure who was here. It kind of sets you up to fail. Unless you're a writer who writes a lot of words, it's difficult for me to come up. Hi, Laura. Nice to see you. I was just talking about a video I saw on the Nano Rebels. And I don't know, how serious they are. I've been hearing people calling themselves Nano Rebels. And I don't know how serious they really are. This one they called it a mockumentary, so I'm going to assume it's just in fun. And it was Becca C. Smith, Charlotte Armstrong, Hannah McCord. I think I saw Cache Warren in there. And her husband Becca's husband was part of it, because he's into that kind of stuff. So Albert says, yeah, I don't do 50,000. I normally do 25,000 because I have college and I procrastinate. Oh, yeah, well, I'm a procrastinator too. Laura said she watched this video today. I only saw one so far, but I have been hearing a lot of people refer to themselves as nano rebels. And Kate Kavanaugh has been one of them. Obviously, Becca C. Smith, well, they're friends. They're all in. Oh, yeah, but Kate was in that video too that I was watching. But I've heard other people say it, and, because like I was saying yesterday, I feel like such a loser when it comes to November, because I can't write 50,000 words at one time. And it takes me forever and ever to even come near 50,000 words. So November is like, I feel like I'm setting myself up to fail. Like, if I do this, I already know the chances of me hitting 50,000 words are pretty slim. And if I do hit it, it's because I'm using words from my last project. So in a way, I'm a rebel too, because I'm not starting from scratch. I'm starting with, another story and just rewriting it. Yeah, I don't know either, Laura. This is the first year I've heard the term, but I know it's really becoming more of a common term this year. It's definitely, and then I saw those videos, so I just stopped and watched one of them quickly. I don't know how many are out there, but I did watch the one that Becca C. Smith and Charlotte put out. Like I said, Kate was in there, and Hannah McCord, and Becca's husband. So, but I've been hearing the term more and more, and I'm not exactly sure exactly what they mean by a NaNoWriMo. I mean, because there's no way of changing anything. It's not like the camps where you can change your goal. So, in camp, I would put in, maybe 30,000 words. For me, that's hard to do. So if I get the 30,000 words, I feel like I did something. 50,000 words usually doesn't happen. So every November, I come off feeling like a failure because I can't do it. I'm just not someone who can write that many words. I can write that many words in lots of projects, but not in one project, which the whole idea is one project. So I don't know. I'm still not sure what I'm doing. I mean, I think I'll start it. I just don't know if I'll finish it. And like I said, I'm not starting from scratch with a blank page. I'm taking another story and I'm going to rewrite it. So in a way, I'm kind of a rebel too. It's not a blank page. It's not a new document. It's not a new anything. So I'm not really sure. So, those of you who just got here, I did mention Sunday, I'm going to do my Ask Me Anything questions for hitting 100 subscribers. I'm doing it from 5 to 8. I normally, my sprints usually run 5 to 6 hours, but I can't do that Sunday because I have to go to a sleep study again. So from 5 to 8, I'm going to do the questions, and then I'm going to do nano sprints because it's the first day of nano. And at this point, I'm still considering myself doing nano. I don't know what I will choose later on, but if it's right now, I plan on doing it. So that's how I plan on doing Sunday the 1st at 5 o'clock Eastern time. I'm going to start with the question part, and then I will switch to the thing. And I'll see. Laura's goal is 80,000. Fingers crossed. My fingers are crossed. My feet are crossed. I've done 50K while working full time, so we shall see this year. Well, that's great. And I know you do a lot of writing. And so, I don't know. I don't know what it is with me. I just have trouble writing that many words. I could sit down and maybe write 5 short stories and come up with 50-some thousand words or whatever. But to sit down and write one piece that's 50,000 words, I'm having trouble with that part. So yeah, good luck with that, Laura, because that's even more than the goal. The goal itself is 50,000, and you're going to actually increase your goal to 80. That's another extra 30,000. So, but you've been exercising your writing lately and doing a lot of writing, so I don't know if that's the secret or not, to just keep on writing and writing and writing, because I have slowed down in my writing too. I mean, my blog doesn't get much work on it. I'm just struggling along right now. But I was reading about point of view today in one of the writing sites, and they were saying that, it's becoming more common to have a lot of point of views, and that some people can pull it off. Not saying I can pull it off, but I know some of the famous writers that they were naming can pull it off. Like they said, the person, I can't remember his name, writes Game of Thrones. He can pull off, I think it's a he, multiple point of views with no problem whatsoever. So, yeah, it's hard. It's hard enough trying to write a longer piece and write multiple point of views, but I think it needs it. So I might go back to doing that. I was going to try to cut them out, but now I'm not so sure. So let's see. Kate is also writing. She's aiming for 75,000. Okay, congratulations, good luck, and all that stuff. Laura queried her horror teapot poem today. Hopefully accept it. That would be great. Good luck. Definitely good luck on that. So there's several people that, and then there are lots of people who can write that many words. That's just, I'm the sort of person who can't. And I know that. And that's why I feel so bad every November, because I'm required to do 50 or I'm a loser. And that's what I feel like, a loser, even though I may have written 40,000 words or something, I didn't hit 50, so I'm a loser. So Elbreth says she's just trying to do as much as she can this year. Her professor is actually letting her turn in her nano project for credit. Well, that's great news. That's definitely, most of them, I'm sure, aren't doing that, so that's good news for you. Laura says her novel, This Nano, is 3 points of view. Okay, my first time doing multiple. My book will probably end up 120K. Gee, yeah. See, I know I'm not going to write that many words. I'm lucky if I can get 30 to 40. It's just not me. I'm more a short story writer than I am a long. I try every year. I try, but I feel like I said, I feel like a loser, because if I don't make 50, then according to them, I didn't win. And there is no levels. It's 50,000 period. So good luck, all of you who are writing. Thank you, Laura. I'm glad I'm not a loser to you. Any progress is progress, and you are awesome. That makes me feel so good. Yeah, I have more than 3 points of view, so I do have to pay more attention. So I may cut out a couple of them, but I know they say, you shouldn't do more than one or two unless you can really handle it. And I don't know if, you got to make them, each person has to be an individual. Like when you read it, you should be able to tell who it is without seeing their name. Oh, so this is because they sound exactly the same. And that's something else I have to work on. They're making them different personalities and actually show the personalities so that that it's not the same person. I don't know. It's a lot of work. And I'm just doing what I can do. And I'm trying to ignore the fact that I have to do 50,000 words, because it's just upsetting me. And just stick with, doing the camp ones where I can set a goal and then feel like I'm doing something when I make it. Because 30,000 words is nothing to sneeze at, really. But on November, you don't get that choice. So, all right, guys. Now that we have discussed Nano and its foibles and its downfalls, how long of a sprint do we want to do this time? We did 20 the first one. We've only done one so far. Laura says the 3 points of view meet up by the end, so I've got to figure out what to show from whom's perspective then. Yeah, true. Mine start out right away, the way I did my story, with most all of them right in the beginning. So, and they said that, to keep it straight, your table of contents should have each person listed, which is what I was doing. That's how I was keeping them straight. I've got a 25 so far. All right, 25 it is. Let's get the 25 up here. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, I got to turn some air on here. I'm dying. Hi, Megan. Popping in for a bit to say hello and hit the like button. Well, thanks again, Megan. Sorry you can't stay. I have my thing set up for Sunday. It's a combination Ask Me Anything and Writing Sprints for Nano, since it's the first day of Nano. So it's Sunday Eastern time at 5 o'clock. From 5 to 8, I can only do 3 hours. I have to do a sleep study. So if you can stop by, great. That's when I'm having it. So now, plus we were just talking about the Nano Rebels up there. So wow. And I see Kevin and Laura have started their sprint, because they always get a huge amount of watchers. So this is a bad time for me to be sprinting. Hi, B8. Nice to see you. Yeah, it's the second part with the mask, trying to see. Medicare's being a real pain. So I have to worry about the fact I can't use the CPAP. I have to use a BiPAP, and they're not going to approve that. So I have to make a big fuss about CPAP so that they put the BiPAP on. I mean, all these games just to get a simple thing that every other insurance company does. But they're the government. Can't do much about it. Okay, well, hopefully I'll see you there. All right. Get that off. Okay, so we'll have to see how we did. I had asked a question. Megan says it's up to me. BH says, I think you could still have her as long as it's clear that the other POV character is telling the rest of the story after her death. Execution of its key. It'd be unique. I've never seen it done. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with POV characters. This is something new for me. And according to the it's hard for most people to pull off. Someone like the person who wrote Game of Thrones has the talent to pull that off, but the average writer doesn't. And I've never done it before. I've never had more than one character talking, point of view. And this would be more than just a couple. I have between 5 to 7, which is another issue. They say you shouldn't have more than 2 or 3 at the most if you're going to do it, except for people like the author of Game of Thrones, who is capable of handling that many characters. And I don't know exactly what it needs because I've never done it before. BH says she's never attempted it, but I probably have the right skills for it. I don't know about that because I've never attempted it either till now. And I'm confused. And I didn't think about it when I first started. When I started the story, I put her in there. And then I thought, wait a minute. Just now it dawned on me. It's, wait a minute. You're going to kill her off. So should I put her in there if I'm going to plan on killing her off? So yeah, anybody talking about her would be talking about her, because she can't talk for herself anymore. Kate says that's definitely a new thing. It could be pretty cool, especially because the loss of her perspective might feel like an absence to the reader, mirroring the loss to everyone else. I'm trying to decide if she's that important to the story that her loss is going to be that big a deal. Because right this second, the very beginning of the book, yes, she's important. And I'm writing through her eyes one of the chapters, but I could switch that to one of the other people who is a POV. I mean, my 2 main characters, husband and wife, obviously are going to be POV characters. And the others are part of the story. And I'm thinking she really doesn't have a lot to do. And if I kill her off, then she has even less to do. So I'm not sure what to do. Definitely another thing that's holding me up right now is all these POV characters. Do I really need them? Am I making it more complicated? And then, of course, like I said, killing off. And I just realized, because she's the one I was going to combine with somebody else, because there's 2 people that are similar characters in the story, but I'm only using one as a POV. I didn't do the other one as a POV. I wrote her story through somebody else's eyes. So If I combine the two, plus that causes an issue if I combine the two. It takes away a character who I think is necessary. So if I combine them into one person and then kill her off, that changes the whole story. This has become a lot more complicated, and I see why they warn people about this. Unless you're a very talented writer and have written for a long, long time, probably not a good idea to do. So I'm still struggling. Now, how'd you guys do? I didn't get anything done because it took 45 minutes for Word to finally open my document. 45 minutes, really now. Hopefully some of you got something written, because that was a total pretty much loss for me. The words I got was the words I typed in the chat to ask the question. It's the only thing I typed, pretty much. BH says, you didn't know at first you needed her to die, but now you're unsure. How many other characters do you have for POV? Because if you need to get rid of her, that's the thing. I have at least 5 to 7 POV characters, way over the norm that they consider for, unless, like I said, certain people can handle it. Some of us are, especially new, never written it before, so probably not a good idea to try to do that many POV characters. Yes, I knew she was going to die. It was all part of the plan, but I didn't think about the fact that she's a POV character at the time. So I'm not exactly sure it's a good idea to have her as a POV character, since I am planning on killing her off. So her point of view is no longer going to be necessary, except for this one short section, and it's really could be told by someone else. It doesn't have to be told by her. Kate's going down a research rabbit hole on what the world would be like with no moon. Apparently, the first fantasy novel I wrote wants to come storming back in. And I gather there's no moon. Well, what I know of the moon, it controls our tides and it gives us light at night. Other than that, I know nothing about the moon. But controlling the tides is kind of important, I guess, unless you don't have tides in your water on your planet. Tides is something that we have, but I don't know if everybody has it. And BH says maybe not POV her, and then have her a non-POV, and use the other character in her place. Yeah. For your first notable POV story, you added over the amount of POVs, making it difficult. Yes, I did, and I didn't know it at the time because I should have done more research before I decided to launch myself into this project. Without research, I did not think about it. I just thought, hey, that'd be neat. I'm going to have POV characters. I found out that it's not as easy as I thought. There's a lot to think about. And it's hard writing these characters so they're all different, their personalities. Because it says in the book the article I was reading says that you should be able to read without seeing the name of the person. You should be able to read it and know by their personality who they are. They should be that, their personality should be that clear, that particular, and that different that you could tell by the personality without seeing a name at all, which is another thing I'm struggling with trying to, And the two characters, her and the other one who's not a POV, are the same type of character, two completely different things, which I'm trying to make now one character and combining their two personalities. But it's not going as easy as I thought. And then when I realized it, I thought about it. I thought, well, wait a minute. If I kill off that character, then I'm also killing off the other one, and she's necessary to the story. So I can't combine them as characters. So this is just becoming more complicated than it needs to be. I don't want to stop the story because I really like it. But part of me is saying, you've really made this a mess. Beaches, I had to chop ideas in mind, probably save them for other projects. Chopping POVs sounds difficult. Yeah, it is. Because I want the information. That's how I found out by reading a little bit that by using a POV character, I can put things in there that the main characters and other characters in the story don't know because, they can't get inside the head of the other person. By making them a POV character, you can make that information available. So I like that idea. So that's what started me down that rabbit hole, I guess you could say. And I kind of got carried away with the POVs then. Eventually, I get super carried away. Kay says, is there one character whose voice really feels the most natural to you as you're writing it? I don't know how to explain this. This story has parts of my life in it. Nobody knows what parts of it are my life, but it's based on parts of my life that I found really, really interesting and make a good story. So a couple of those people, including the one I'm killing off, remind me a lot of me. There's a lot of me in there. Doesn't mean she can't be killed off, but it just means, a lot of her. So I relate to her, but I'm going to kill her off anyhow. That's just part of the story. It has to be. And so, hi, Stephanie. Nice to see you. We're having a POV conversation right now because you may have heard in other places where I have just too many POVs and I don't know what to do. And I'm not a great writer. I read in an article today that people, like the person who wrote Game of Thrones, they're talented enough to pull off multiple POVs. Like I have more than 5 to 7 of them, which is way too many. But they could handle it because they're talented and longtime writers. I'm not. So that's kind of what we're talking about now, because I just realized that the person that I was trying to combine with somebody else, I had planned on killing her off as the person I was going to kill off. So it's making it just a little bit even more complicated if it wasn't complicated enough. BH says, I've considered multiple POVs before too, but I don't think so. I have considered 2 POVs in a book or two POVs in a second book and have one POV in first, it sounds difficult. It is difficult. I can tell you that much. Yeah, I've decided to stick to one person, one POV in stories for now, she says. She? I think you said you were she. Yeah. Um, Chocolate Witch has 3 POVs, her second unpublished novel, and she's hoping to pull it off. Well, you're kind of in my position, only maybe not as hard. 3 isn't as hard as 5 to 7 of them. Yeah. I just thought it was such a great idea, and I really liked the fact that I could have this person talking and telling their part of the story without trying to put it in somehow else. But I'm not finding it easy to do. I'm definitely not a what's the word I want? It's not necessarily talented, but experienced. I'm not an experienced writer. And they're saying an experienced writer can pull them off, like, with no problem. I don't know how many are in Game of Thrones. I'm not familiar with it. But they use him as an example. And they said that he's talented enough to pull off multiple POVs, no problem. Keep them straight, not get confused, and not confuse the readers. Now, in my case, I'm confused, so that would certainly mean the readers would probably be confused. Hard for a writer to chop POVs like you need to because you put yourself in the characters. Yeah, exactly. Not you're chopping away pieces of you. Like I said, a lot of this is based on bits and pieces of my life, which I've embellished on. I mean, it's not a biography by any point of view. I mean, there's pieces of what happened to me in there, which caused me to come up with a story. But the story is by no means the story of my life. And this one character that I'm killing off is a lot like me. So yeah, it's kind of like killing myself here. I don't know. And it's going to take longer than I have because Nano's almost here. And I don't know where I'm going. Anybody get anything done that time? Because like I said, the only writing I did was write something in the chat box. I didn't write any real words and anything because it took 45 minutes for my word to come up. My document is up now, but who knows if it'll let me put anything in it. So hopefully some of you got something written. He says she suffered from nightmares. I can't remember my nightmares and dreams well. So they inspired some of my stories. Definitely. A lot of my nightmares have inspired, kind of like Stephen King. That's the kind of nightmares I have. They're horrible. And, the biggest problem I have is I can't really remember them when I wake up. I think some of that might be because of the sleep apnea. I'm not really getting good sleep, and my dreams are in and out and in and out. And when I wake up, they're kind of gone. But dreams are definitely a way to inspire stories. I definitely suggest. It's It's one of the suggestions in one of my first videos on how to come up with a story was to use dreams. But I also suggest it used in real life, which is what I'm doing here. There are bits and pieces spread throughout the story that, gave me something to write. It's not exactly what happened. Obviously, I'm taking, and changing the story, but they inspired the story. So I feel a little closer to it than something I just created out of nothing. It became more, it's more my baby because, some of it's based on either things that I had happen to me, things that I heard from other people that fit in the story. So I'm not exactly sure. I'm still struggling, and I probably will be for quite a while, and I don't know what to do. I did that yesterday, managed to get rid of one POV character. It was hard rewriting and trying to figure out who was going to be telling the story that I needed to get out, because it was important that her story be there. So I had to try and put it in so that it gets told. But I got rid of one POV character. So I did get rid of one. Let's see. I've woken from a dream and fall back asleep and had to finish where it left off. I have that happen occasionally. Once I fell back to sleep twice. It was like a three-parter. Like 3 parts of a movie. Yeah, I can understand that. I do that too. My biggest problem, though, is remembering it. By the time I wake up, it starts to disappear. So, like, it's a great story if I could just remember it. And when I've tried writing them in the middle of the night, in the morning, I can't read the writing. It looked perfect when I was writing in the middle of the night. But when I actually woke up and looked at it, I'm like, oh, well, so much for that. It's nothing but scribbles. All right, so now let's see. We've done 2 sprints. Guys want to do another one, and for how long? Kate is asking me if I keep a dream journal. Actually, no, because like what I told you, what I write in the middle of the night is not readable the next day. And the next day, I don't remember. Once I wake up, it goes. It just disappears. She writes down whatever she can remember as soon as she wakes up. And over time, remembers more. I didn't keep up with it because it was becoming exasperating, not being able to remember. And when I woke, when I tried writing it, when I woke up in the middle of the night, like I said, it would look normal. But when I actually tried to look at it in the morning, it would be nothing but scribbles. And I wouldn't remember long enough to get really anything out of it. I mean, I do a lot of daydreaming, I guess you call it. Not as much as I used to. At one point in my life, I spent my entire life daydreaming other lives because I hated mine so much that I would daydream about what I wanted to be. And of course, it would be great. It would be wonderful life. And, oh, a lot of, the movie stars that I happen to be, gaga over at the time would be part of it. And, that's all I did when I was away because it just took me out of my life. My life was horrible. I didn't want to remember it, didn't want to be part of it. So I would spend a lot of time daydreaming. I didn't write it down. I just daydreamed, like it, told myself these huge stories. Sometimes they were long, but when you're daydreaming, you can control them. You can make them anything you want. You're not actually sleeping. I wasn't sleeping, so I could control that. So I could make that anything I want. So if there was some movie star that I was madly in love with, I would, make up this whole story, and who knows how long it would go. And if I didn't like where it was going, I would just stop and start it over again. Where, you know, I don't know if other people do that, or if that's just part of my mental illness because I have the bipolar and borderline personality disorder. And I do tend to be not to the point of being another person. Like, I don't have DID, like I don't have personalities other than my own. But I would create these people in my mind, and that would be me. I mean, it would be me the way I wanted me to be. But I can't do that anymore. Like, I'm not doing that, and probably because I'm medicated now. I don't have, I have more control over myself, so I don't usually do much of that. Like, writing the story is close to something, similar in my life. Yeah, I've done a lot of visualizing, having better lives. Um, I've even things that weren't necessarily super better, but would work better for me. And I've had things actually happen the way I visualized them because my parents were very much into that. And they were always telling me, visualize. And I would tell them, I said, this is really weird. I mean, I visualized some things that didn't happen at all. But I said, some of the things I visualized actually happened almost exactly the way I visualized it. And so, I told myself that that came from the fact that that was the way my life was supposed to go. That I happened to, happen into my life as it was supposed to go. And so that's why that happened the way it did. Because I would visualize things I wanted really bad, and they wouldn't happen. And my parents kept saying, well, if you visualize it, it's going to happen. I'm like, you don't understand. I don't think you understand exactly what you're saying about visualization. If your life is not going that way, and that's whether you believe in God, whether you believe in a being that controls the world, the universe, whatever your beliefs are, if your life is not supposed to go that way, no matter a visualization is going to make it go that way. Because, I mean, look how many people want to be president of the United States. If it were possible for everybody who visualized it to be the president, we would have millions of presidents. So that, it's got to be, you visualize something, but it's got to be in your life. It's got to be something that's going to actually happen to you. So, it's all right to go ahead and visualize what you want. And sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't. But I've realized that if it doesn't, it's because it's not supposed to. Whoever is running my life, whatever controls my life, has decided that that's not to be. And it's not going to be, no matter how much I want. And we're getting into some strange conversations here. BH says, growing up, I didn't have friends. Still have no friends. Well, I can understand that. I go through the same thing myself. I would imagine I had friends. Kind of sad. But when you're a young child, it's harder. People forget about you and don't include you. I grew up lonely, alone, a loner, and I still am basically. I did meet somebody a few years ago. We're both she's 15 years older than me, so she's in her 80s. I'm in my middle 60s. And we just met and we're best friends. But growing up, I did have a couple friends, but that was during school, and when school was over, all that ended. So, I can certainly understand the not having friends part, definitely. And yeah, kind of the same thing, imagining and daydreaming and this great life and whatnot. I don't do it as much now though. So, but I'm also, like I said, medicated for mental illness, so that took care of some of that, because some of that was caused by my bipolar. Did you guys want to write some more or what? It's up to you. I don't care. If we want to chat for a while, we can chat. It doesn't matter to me. Well, it's funny. My sister and I were not close. And I didn't find out until I got divorced that the reason she did not include me in anything was because she didn't like my husband, my ex-husband now. So now we're much closer, but it's different because we spent all those years apart. Kate says I should turn back to my July novel before this moon research drives me nuts. So she's down for a sprint. Okay. You need a time. Uh Moon. Yeah, the good old moon. We've been doing 20 and 25, I think. And BH is also do a sprint. I've got to eat something soon, too. You have a length of time that you want to sprint for? Anybody? 25. All right, looks like 25. All right, let me set this for 25. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. All right. I am going to mute this because I might be making noise. So rather than bother everybody, I'm going to mute it. Hi, Jennifer. I'm still struggling with my thriller. We just had a long discussion about point of views. And Megan's boyfriend made burgers for dinner. Oh, God, that sounds so good. Sounds so good. So that's what I'm doing right now. I don't know. I don't know about everybody else. Did I miss anybody else? I saw YouTube pop in. VH has tons of spaghetti to eat. I would love spaghetti right now. It sounds so good. I mean, Jennifer. I'm still struggling with my point of view. Because one of them I'm going to kill off. And I didn't know if I should continue including her as a point of view character. But I think since I'm going to kill her off, I shouldn't. I did, I did get rid of one POV character so far. So I think I'm going to try to figure out how I can. I'm pretty sure how I can do her story and still tell it. I know. I'm pretty sure how to do that. If my darn word would stop, it just deleted the whole page. Everything, every word I put on there was gone. I'm like, that's the one problem with autosave. If you accidentally do something and you wipe it out, it autosaves it. It just saves it. I need to do something else for saving. And I do this too many times. Anyhow, that's what I'm doing. And now I'm trying to get my margins back because my margins disappeared. It's jeez, I don't know what I did. I don't know how to fix it either. I'm afraid to do anything. Mm. Hi, Dee Dee. Nice to see you. I'm struggling with my document at the moment. It doesn't want Word is not cooperating. I'm trying to restore the old version. But it's doing its own thing. I do believe I've seen you, Dee Dee, before. But if not, welcome. Jennifer's editing. Kate went down the what if there was no moon research rabbit hole, and now I'm trying to focus on the last chapter rewrites from my July novel. What if there was no moon? Interesting. Oh, now there's nothing on my screen. Great. Did I just wipe it all out again? Oh, not happy. Yeah, Dee Dee. Technology's not cooperating and it is driving me crazy. I know why it's not cooperating because I have no memory left on my computer. And I understand that, but I can't buy a new computer. So I have to live with it. Kate stopped in a few words early at 252. Hey, it's more than I got. I can't even get my document up. My beta reader just finished school, and I must pester him about the snow moon thing. Thanks for the sprints and lovely chats as always. Well, you're welcome, and nice to see you. Hope you'll stop back again. Remember, Sundays, my Ask Me Anything at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. No, I wasn't using the memory stick because the last one I used said it was corrupted. Have not bought a new one. And Google Docs I don't like, so I'm not using Google Docs. And Word is kind of forcing me to the point that I may have to use Google Docs. It's still going to have the same issue because there's no memory. But the problem is it automatically saves, and I put my Word that way because I like the fact that I don't have to worry about saving it. But I just realized very belatedly that by selecting copy all and then hitting something that deleted everything, it saved it that way. So it's gone. So I'm trying to find an old version to pull up. Kind of works. All right. I don't know where. I'll have to go through this to see what's not there. And maybe I should take save it all the time off because with this saving automatically like that, things like this happen and I lose my words. I lose my whole document. Oh man. I liked autosave because I didn't have to worry about saving it all the time. I just turned it off. Yeah, version history. That's what I was in, trying to restore. I don't know where it restored to, though. I've tried to free up space, but I can't. Well, I know part of the problem is I gotta get this timer off. Hold on. Obviously, I can't do two things at one time. I can't talk and turn off timers at the same time. Okay, timer is off. Um, I have a lot of editing program on there. A big one. It's really professional editing program, and I was editing my YouTube videos, and now, of course, it's so slow I can't even edit anymore because it takes me days to edit one video, and so because I just can't get it to move. To actually, import and export takes hours or days, and it is totally screwed up now. And now it's affecting my documents because there's no memory. You're lucky. The same ones. Well, I don't know how long it's been since high school, but I bought a new one and it just worked for once or twice, and then it says corrupted. I try to pull my files off it, and it tells me I can't because they're corrupted. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I have this. I mean, I'm using a Chromebook to actually stream on. Um, yeah, right. It's a bad time right before Nano is right, but it's going to affect my words because I definitely can't type much because it's so slow. And I am a fast typer, but it doesn't matter when your computer is slow. You can type as fast as you want, and it just doesn't do anything because it's slow. I took off as much as I could find in the thing to uninstall, but aside from and I know it's probably partly the editing program. It's a big one. It's a professional one, and I'm sure it takes up a lot of space. This is a very old computer, um, at least 5 or 6 years old. Not a lot of gigs on it, so of course all this stuff is taking up. And I run Canva all the time, and because Canva is almost always open because I'm creating something on Canva. And then there's the stuff that's open now. Like I said, I do my streaming on a Chromebook, but the Chromebook is old too, so typing on it is just as bad as typing on my computer. It's actually worse because the keyboard is terrible. So I use it. I'm sorry, my neighbors are out there in the hallway yelling something, so hopefully you can't hear them. um, I wanted to buy a new computer. My hope was the government was going to give us another, you know, um, whatever they call those things, another one of those infusions of cash, and I was going to buy a new computer. But they haven't done that, and I don't have the money yet. It's going to take a while. In doubt, I'll have one before Nano. And so I have to work with what I have to work with. And I should shut everything down and just open Word if I'm going to do Nano. It's probably the only way it's going to work. Because right now I got other things open. I always have my email open, and like I said, I'm always in Canva, and I have Instagram, and I have a lot of things open. So I know those also take up some memory. and I need to reboot quite often. I'm always rebooting, and it takes forever for things to open. And the biggest problem, though, appears to be Word, because when I click on something, the error message that'll come up saying that, it'll say Word. So obviously, Word is one of the biggest culprits here. Microsoft. I mean, I got the whole Microsoft thing on my computer. I mean, I'm paying for it, so um, I don't know what to do. So yeah, this is not a good time for this kind of stuff, and I need to figure out where I'm at. I don't know if there's a newer version. I went into the version history, but I don't want to go so far that I get to the point where I screwed everything up, and I don't want to go too far that I lose what I was writing last night. So I tried the last one I wrote last night, and then I need to save it. And then what I did before is I emailed myself a copy of the file, because my email is saved on another, saved on the server. It's not on my computer. I can always go and get it that way. So it's one way of saving without using a memory stick, is to send the file through your email. For those kind of files, I don't think you can do it with everything, but I know I can send the Word file, obviously. And that's what I did. I opened up because I lost a whole document. And even though the file kept opening and saying it was can't talk, saying it was there, it wasn't there. So I went back through my emails looking for the old copies of the saved document and found the original document that I split it off of, because it was one document originally and I split it. So I found the second part on the first part and I split it again. That's how I found that one. So weird things keep happening. And I know a lot of it has to do with the memory. Okay, so we did, that was 2 or 3. Might have been the third sprint. So you guys want to do another sprint? I still don't know what to do about Google Docs, because I really don't like it. Though I know Google Docs is on my phone. So if my computer refused to work, I would at least have it on my phone. Not exactly thrilled about using my phone though. So, again, what do we want to do? I can set up another sprint. Like I said, I think we've done 3 of them. It's been 2 hours, so about 3 sounds about right, because we've been doing some talking. So I'm pretty sure we're going on to number 4. And if anybody wants to do a sprint, and how long would you like to do it for? Like I said, a reminder, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm having my Ask Me Anything questions for hitting 100 subscribers. I'm now at 103, the last time I looked. I will also be doing sprints for Nano, since it's first day of Nano. I used to compose in emails when I was really desperate, but you still risk losing it that way, and it's not the best way to write. No, it's not. It's better than nothing, but it's definitely not the best way. Okay, Megan's ready for another sprint, and she wants to do 20 minutes. That sounds fine with me. Set this up because I got to see if I can find out if I lost anything in this version, and then I'm going to save it, and I'm going to save a copy in my email if it's okay, and then at least I know where I can go back to, because losing your work sucks. big time. Ask Charlie. He reminds us all the time. 20 minutes. We want to do 20 minutes. Oh. Oh. Nope, that's not it. There we go. 20 minutes. All right. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Thank you, BH. I was shocked when I got 100. Happy. Oh, I forgot, Jennifer, about the trees. I'm sorry. I mean, you can start one. Right? I mean, you can start one. I don't even know where my phone is. Oh, yeah, it's in my pocket. And it can just run a little longer than the sprint if you want. That's fine with me. All right. Let's see here. I'm putting mine in now. Give me a second. Can't read these numbers half the time. Cannot join this room. Either the room does not exist anymore or the session has already started. If you started it, I can't join it. It's saying, yeah, I typed the number you put in there. So if you already started, it's too late. I can't join now. Sorry. We'll do it the next time. Just remind me. I'm a little frazzled right now. When you think you've lost your work, it's a little mind-boggling. Okay. What am I doing? I want to see. All right, well, there's something I definitely put in last night. So that's there. Okay. I'm stuck again. Doesn't want to move. Oh, here we go. Interesting. Weren't you in there? I mean, I don't know how that thing works. We'll do it next time. Hopefully it'll work out. And don't forget your questions. So I have some questions for Sunday to answer. You can also answer them, ask them if you're in the audience watching that day. You can add them then, or send them to me. I put ways of doing that in there between my email, my Instagram, and comments in the under the video will work as well. Well, I haven't figured out how to save it yet. Now I don't know what's going on. Timer's about to end. Okay. All right. So I was trying to save the document, which did not work at the moment since I can't find it now. I saved it in Word and I tried to put it into the OneDrive, which I'm hoping, since there's a picture of a cloud on it, that means it's a cloud drive and that I wouldn't have to worry about it being on my computer, but I could be wrong about that because I don't know a lot about it. All I know is that I can't find the document now that I just saved. So I don't know how to. I was going to put it in my email, but I can't seem to find it. All right, save again. Now it'll only let me save a copy, not save as. I'm so confused. And I don't understand the cloud either. And I know there's an iCloud and there's the OneDrive that has a picture of a cloud on it. And everything wants to save there, so I'm hoping that means that it's in the cloud. If not, everything's saved there and I won't find it anyhow because it'll just disappear. So I'm not completely sure. I know OneDrive, I'm pretty sure once I reinstall everything on my phone, will be on my phone too. So I got nothing done that time. I hope some of you were able to get a few things written, hopefully. And hopefully next time the forest will work. I'm not sure. Because I thought Jennifer was in there, so I don't understand why. Why? I mean, I've done them before, and as far as I know, I was in there, so I don't know. Too confusing for me. So there's the file I saved. And it says it's in OneDrive. What in the world? That's not even English. I don't know what I was typing. It's beyond me. I like BH's description of the cloud. Yeah. Right now, I can't even find what I just saved. And it won't let me do save as again. Like sometimes it says save as and sometimes it says save a copy. And I don't understand why it does that. I want to save it as. I don't want to save a copy necessarily. I mean, maybe it means the same thing, but I don't know. So, did anybody get anything done? Or is it just a total waste of time that just happened? So I want to try and save it somewhere where I would still have it. That's why I was trying to put it in my email, but I couldn't find the file I saved, so I couldn't put it in my email. That is on another server. It's not on my computer. That's how I found the last one I lost. Megan relaxed. She's had most of the day off work. Well, that's great. Day off of work, most of it, even if it isn't the whole day, is a good thing. Good for you. Dee Dee says she's working on classwork, so has more time to write next week. So she got a little done. Okay. Well, like I said, my schedule, I think I'll post it when I get a chance on Instagram. Is usually Tuesday, Thursdays at 8, Fridays at 11 Eastern Standard Time. An occasional throw, spot where I'll put a quick one in where I'll just, my mind's not working. Or I just put one in, off the cuff. It's not scheduled or anything. Just create one at the last moment. I did schedule this one for Sunday because I want it up there, and I want hopefully some people to show up, so it's not a total a total loss. Pop-up stream, that's it. Thank you, Megan. Occasional pop-up stream. I feel like screaming. I'm so frustrated right now. I think part of it is just because I'm so tired, and I haven't got this sleep apnea under control, and they're giving me so much grief. And it's not done yet. I still have to deal with it Sunday night, and I have to deal with it to make Medicare happy, because Medicare, the government, get it. They don't make anything easy. It's like for 15 to 20 years I've had this. I've used a BiPAP, but that does not make a bit of difference to Medicare. They don't care. So I have to go in there and I have to put on a show about how I can't breathe, people, so they can put me on the BiPAP. It's like, shouldn't have to do this. It's just ridiculous. BH says her teacher told her that I miss so much that it's not possible to pass. So don't know why I'm still trying, but I am. I'm just not fast enough. So I miss deadlines. Oh, I vaguely remember. I think you were talking about this last night or night before. Yeah. That's rough. Definitely rough. I lost a job, and my work was 100% in quality, and they put that there. But they also said that because they didn't care if it was quality or not, they wanted numbers. I said, I get my work done in one day. The next day, I start my next day's work. I don't have to spend half the day fixing the day before like everybody else. It didn't matter. That's how they wanted it. They wanted numbers. So it didn't matter what was attached to the numbers. It didn't matter that the rest of the people spent half the next day fixing their work from the day before. It didn't matter. I had 100% quality work, and it was not good enough for them. So I lost that job. Well, they just don't deserve me because, I put everything into it to make my work perfect. And, I was getting the numbers, it's trying to. It was a new job. And so I was expected to get the same amount of work done as everybody who'd been there for years and years and years. It didn't matter that I was brand new. I wasn't the only one. There were 3 of us that came from another department, and they didn't want us in there. So they worked at finding ways to get rid of us. And so in my case, even though I had 100% quality work, because I didn't have the right number, and to me, it makes more sense to get it done right the first time, because all those people who got those, it was an insurance company. So you do your work, a copy is sent to the insured. The insured gets upset, the insured calls, they write letters, they do whatever. Why deal with that when you can do quality work the first time? I just don't I never understood it. I'll never understand that. But they flat out told me that I either had to, speed it up. They didn't care how many errors were made, just speed it up. I'm like, well, I'm not going to compromise myself. I'm sorry. I believe in doing work right the first time. I don't believe in doing it wrong. So Quantity, yeah, the quantity is over quality, and that's exactly what they said. Quantity is over quality. They did not care. And I watched the other people I had worked with spend half a day fixing the mistakes from the day before they could even start that day's work. And it's like, you just do it right the first time. You got less upset customers, but they didn't have to deal with the customers, so they didn't care. They weren't in the call center dealing with the customers. Edie said she learned that after drafting her first novel. Well, that's kind of part of the thing I'm having with this whole NaNoWriMo thing right now, is because I like my work to be right, and I self-edit as I go along. So, of course, my numbers are lower than they should be. When I would manage to do it, and sometimes I did. There was a couple times on Charlie's streams, I would manage to make myself just not worry about it, just type, just put the story in. And Charlie was always, oh, look at all those words. And it's like, yeah, that's what you can do when you don't self-edit. But I'm I do it, I self-edit as I go along. So it does definitely slow me down. So I don't know. And now I'm trying to save a document before I lose it all. And then I'm really going to be upset. I wanted to rewrite it, but not from scratch, zero. I don't want to start from ground zero. Not really. So I got to figure out another way of doing that to back it up, so that if this happens again, I don't end up. I took autosave off. I didn't want to do that. I like autosave. But that's what happened, is I made a mistake. I hit Control A for all. And then when I hit the next thing, it wiped out the words. And because it was on autosave, it saved a blank document and I lost it. So then I had to go back through. I found the spot by accident where versions are saved. And I went back and found an older version and just saved that, so I didn't lose everything. But I guess I can't do autosave because it's too easy to wipe out your document. But that's the same thing now. Maybe it's possible to turn it off with Google Docs. It automatically saves. It auto saves everything you do. And I never tried turning it off. I just don't like using it. So I don't know. Let's see. BH says, I have plans to be a scientist. So after college, imagine them making people rush through that. I'm going to be working with chemicals. Quick may cause my flesh to burn, or zombie apocalypse. Yeah, there you go. You got your next book, Zombie Apocalypse, because you had to put in the wrong thing. Fast is a mistake maker. And BH, that saying, the hurrier I go, the behinder I get, it's true. Because the faster you work, the behinder you definitely get. Because you got to go back and fix it. Everything. Whereas if you just did it right the first time, you wouldn't have to. But you're not going to get people to think that way, because everybody's head is quantity over quality. And that's what these big companies care for. They do not care. I couldn't believe it when they flat out told me that. And they said, if you don't fix it, we're going to have to let you go. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm not compromising my I wouldn't say morals. I'm not compromising my way of doing things to do what you're suggesting, because I can't do that. That's not the way I am. And I prefer to do my work right the first time. I'm sorry. So they said, sorry, goodbye. And I said goodbye. And, moved on. And I had a few times I moved to other jobs. I worked in a factory. And the same thing. They didn't care about the quality of what you were putting in the box. They cared about how much you put in the box. So again, I go through the same stuff, and I had to, like, we had to put, paperwork and put down on there to cover your ass, so to speak. And I put on there, if they told me I had to pack bad product, I put it on the paperwork. I am packing this against my better judgment because my boss told me to. That's just the way it's going to be. If you're going to make me pack it, it's on your head, not on mine. Of course, I had no control over that paperwork. It could go missing. I don't know how many times I had problems with same problems, because they didn't care. I said, but it doesn't even fit. They were plastic containers, the kind you put food in. I said, the lids don't even fit. Well, it goes on. So just because it doesn't lock on, it's not a big deal. We were supposed to be able to put it on. It was supposed to lock, and you're supposed to put the weight in there and lift it up, and the whole thing was supposed to stay together. Well, if you turned it over, the weight was just going to fall out because the lids didn't lock on. But I don't know. We're getting off on another subject. So, I don't know how much everybody got done. Do we want to do another sprint? I still got to figure out how to save this thing over here. You guys want to sprint? Let me know how much. If they say yes, Jennifer will put the room together. BH says that's exactly the point. Yeah, that's the point. See, if I ran a company, there would be a lot of things that would not be happening for sure. Jennifer is sitting there like a sloth. Pretty much, I mean, I can't even say I've, done much because I'm still trying to figure out how to save my document so I don't lose it. I'm not doing exactly much either. I think we're all kind of sitting here like a sloth. But I can put another timer up there and we can sit like sloths together if you want to. Tidia says another one would probably be good. Probably my last one. I am not motivated at all. One of those nights. Yeah, feel ya. Jennifer says, I am listening to a Zoom lecture, though. Does that count as something? It counts, but it doesn't count as word count. Listening to a lecture doesn't quite count. Megan says she's definitely sitting like a sloth, too. Looks like we're all sitting like sloths tonight. And it's almost time for Nano to start, and I'm definitely not ready for it. Definitely not ready for it. And I still have to figure out how I can do that so I can have the speed. Probably just going to have to open my computer with nothing but Word on it. And maybe, just maybe, it'll open and let me type. All right, so how many minutes do we want to sit here like a sloth? Because obviously that's what we're all doing. Depression and reading. Read in a paragraph. and tell my dog what it really means in normal terms. Oh, gosh. Oh, wow. I don't have anybody here, so if I start talking, it's to myself. And sometimes when I'm talking on here, people probably think I'm talking to myself. But who cares? All right. I see a 15 minutes. 15 works for Megan. I see 15 minutes. All right. I am not going to touch the timer. Jennifer, go ahead and set the room up so we don't do what we did last time. Unless, of course, you'd rather just be a sloth and not set up the room. I don't care. You make a decision. If you make a room, I'll try to enter it this time. It wouldn't let me last time. Sloth evening, yeah, that's what it is. Sometimes that's what happens. I think certain people, though, would be horrified if their sprints turned into that. I mean, to me, it's not the end of the world. And if it turns into a chat, I'm not bothered by that either. It's not the end of the world as far as I'm concerned, but I know some people would be utterly horrified. So, oh, helps to type the right number in. Oh. I think it's let me join. All right. I'm joined this time. All right. That worked. All right. Now I'm going to set the timer for 15 minutes. And good luck, everybody, as you stare around the room at nothing. Oh, helps to put the time on the timer. 15 minutes. Start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All righty. Okay. Here we go. Tree is growing. Timer's going. And I'm going to try this again. I don't understand. Oh, let's see. Got some pretty flowers growing there. I've sent this to myself in the email twice, and it's not coming through. I don't know what's going on. Oh, now it comes through. Okay. I think I saved it to my email. It's better than nothing. I still got nothing written. All right. 15 minutes. Done. So, anybody get anything done? Or did we just... They're pretty flowers. Well, that's nice. Anybody get anything done? Pretty bad night. I don't have to get up early tomorrow for once. Dee Dee finished one part of her assignment. Now I plan to sit like a sloth for the rest of the evening. Well, there you go. Another sloth. Megan says, nope. It was delightful. Jennifer says, I haven't written a word. I think I'm too tired. Well, I know I haven't written a word. I had enough trouble trying to save my document into my email just so in case what happened earlier happens again. I have at least a fairly recent copy. I don't have USB. I have one, but I don't trust it. It keeps telling me it's corrupted, so I don't. And it's full, and so it's of no use to me. I don't know what's on it. I'm sure there's a ton of stuff on there I could probably get rid of if I felt like it. Finishing the Zoom thing. No, if it's important, that's a good thing. It's a shame tonight turned into such a bummer of a night. Hopefully Sunday doesn't turn out this way. Hopefully we'll be in a better place. I've got tomorrow night scheduled still for 11 o'clock tomorrow. See what happens tomorrow night. 24 hours will make all the difference in the world. Dee Dee's heading out. Yes, Sunday I'm having my special ask me anything questions for hitting 100 subscribers. That's normally what people do when they hit 100. That's the first thing when you make up a channel. Your first goal was to hit 100 subscribers, and then you usually do an ask me anything. So on Sunday at 5 o'clock, I have an ask me anything scheduled. I'm doing it live, so you can come in and ask questions in the audience, or you could email me. You can send me a comment at the bottom of the video here, where the comments are, because I'll get them. I also use Instagram, and that's Tessa Writes Full Time. You can send me direct message that way. So if you want to ask me questions, that's the time, and I'm supposed to answer whatever it is you ask me. So that's what's going out on Sunday at 5. It's not my normal thing. It's just special, and since it's first day in Nano, I'm gonna try to put a few sprints in there too, so it's not a total loss, since it is the first day of Nano. People would be looking for sprints to go to, so I don't know how many people will actually show up. I only scheduled it for 3 hours because I have to go to the sleep study after that. So have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again soon. Oh, I'm glad you like the mutual, not doing much at all sprints, because some people would be horrified if they were in here and knew we were doing nothing at all. So you're welcome. Have a good night. Now, guys, that leaves the rest of us. Do we want to do something? Do we want to just quit? What exactly do we want to do? I haven't done anything, and that includes anything on my blog, and that needs to be worked on as well. I'm not sure if that means BH is going to. If you are, good night. Thanks for coming. Jennifer's going to head out and get some sleep. Hope to see you all on Sunday. 6 a.m. comes early around here. Comes early around everywhere, not just there. Though it might be earlier. I don't know where you're located at. But have a good night, Jennifer. And BH if you're leaving too. Have a good night. I don't know how many people are left. Maybe I should get out of here early tonight. Nobody wants to do anything. Okay, BH is heading out too. You're welcome. Good night. You're an hour behind me. It's 11:30 now. Not sure who's left. I don't hear anything soon. I'm just going to log out. Either that or set a timer and try writing. Maybe somebody else will show up. I don't know. Sometimes they come in late. But it has been 3.5 hours, so it's not like it's super early. Megan wishes it was bedtime so she could sleep. She's got 30 more minutes before bedtime. Well, you can either head out or we can set another timer. It's up to you. I think you're probably the only one left in here. I feel like I should do something, even if I just work on my blog and don't do anything with the story and just leave the story alone. I need to update my blog. I'm falling behind again. I notice, if I don't, just like on here, if I don't keep up with it, people start to wander away. You're not sure. I'm just going to be sitting here. Well, if you want to just go, that's fine. You don't have to sit here and just sit here. I mean, you could sit there, but you don't have to sit there online if you don't want to. I mean, I don't even have to set sprints. I can just work on my blog. It's not like I need to set a sprint for that. I can just start working on doing some posts on there. So if you want to say goodnight, that's fine with me. It says there's 3 people in here. Either I missed somebody or we got a couple of people that are just here. And sometimes there's people that are just here for the writing. They don't say anything. I feel a little bad just stopping the thing when there's somebody here, but then again, I'm in control, so you'll stay as long as you're streaming until bedtime for you. All right, well, I'll set another 20-minute timer, and that'll give you time to say probably good night before you head to bed. I'll put the 20-minute timer on. And we're going to start now. I don't even feel like counting. So we're starting now. Start already. Gee. Sometimes. All right. There we go. And when that goes off, it should be time for your bedtime. Time for me to hit the back too. Oh, man. Okie dokie. Well, that's done. I gather you're going to bed, Megan, so good night. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to have to take my medicine. Maybe it'll make me tired. I'm not exactly sleepy right now. Just in a funky mood. And today's sprint was kind of weird. The live stream was a little weird. Some nights they go great, and other nights they go weird. Yeah, so have a good night. And if I don't see you tomorrow night, hopefully I'll see you Sunday. Hopefully everything goes all right on Sunday. You know, planning things in advance sometimes doesn't work out for me too well. You're welcome for the stream. Okay. Oh, Fan Fiction Friday. Oh, that's tomorrow, isn't it? Oh, yeah. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. I don't know. It's not like I'm writing fan fiction, really. I'm just kind of there, and it's kind of getting crazy. I was on one the other night with Charlie, and it kept getting kicked off. For some reason, more than 4 people. It definitely doesn't want me on there. So I will see you Sunday for sure. I can't guarantee. I forgot Friday was Fan Fiction Friday. So, and then there's Saturday still to get through. I got to do something now. I mean, Nano's about to start, and I'm not ready for it. So, good night. Looks like somebody just popped in here. I'm not sure who. I might leave it on for a little bit. Let the thing run as a thing, and then yeah, StreamYards. I don't know what the issue is, but it's been kicking me out. The day it kicked me out and I was the host, that was the weird one. Like, wait a minute, I'm the host. Why are you kicking me off? You know, it'd be bad enough kicking off as a co-host, but you kicked off the host. So probably never know what happened there. It just happened. So I don't usually have problems with these when it's just me, myself. I don't have too many problems, but occasionally, but not often. All right. Have a good night. I'll see you around. I'm going to set another timer, let it go for a little while, see if anybody is here. I got a few things to do anyhow, so. Let's see here. All right. I set it for 30 minutes. If anybody's here, you're welcome to join my sprint. I'll look you back every now and then and see if anybody's there. I should go get my medicine now. Maybe it'll make me sleepy. Hi, Sarah. I don't know if you're still here. I was muted. All right. I forgot. I forgot I even set the timer. I don't know if you're still here or not. I don't know if anybody's here or not. I might just be shutting down soon. As I've mentioned to a few people, Sunday I'm doing my Ask Me Anything at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, combined with sprints for the first day of that. It'll be from 5 to 8 because I have a sleep study that night afterwards. So the Ask Me Anything and sprints will start at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I figured since I'm still writing, I let even nobody seemed to be here, I would just let it run. I'm still writing, so I'll probably set another timer if you're staying. Even if you're not staying. It's just that I forgot it was on. It startled me. Yeah, it's fun when you're watching and people have to answer these questions. I'm a little nervous about having to answer questions just off the top of my head that somebody just says, "Oh, okay, I want to ask." And I've seen some of them ask some pretty strange things. And I guess that's part of the whole fun. But that's for getting 100 subscribers. I finally hit. I got the last I looked, I was at 103. So it's time for me to do my Ask Me Anything questions. So I decided to combine it. Since this is all Nano Month, doesn't matter when I do it, it's going to be NaNoWriMo. So I figure I'll just combine it, do the questions. And if the questions take all 3 hours, probably not. But if they do, then I won't have any sprints. I'm a little depressed and still worried about my story. And we did some talking today, and we didn't do a lot of sprinting. We did a lot of chatting, and everybody said they were a sloth today. We were just sitting there, not doing much of anything. I would put a timer on, and everybody would sit there and stare at the wall or something like that. I'm like, wow. It wasn't one of the better sprints I've had. And I lost my work again. So I took the auto save off because with the auto save, which I like because I forget to save, when you like select everything and then you accidentally hit something that clears your screen, it'll save it and then all your work is gone. And I'm like, oh my gosh, everything is gone. And I had to try to figure out how to go back and find old versions and save the closest one I could to hopefully not lose any work. So I took it off of autosave. So that's what I'm doing. How are you doing? I'm sitting here eating popcorn. I'm sorry, but I'm eating popcorn. Right now, I'm reading my blog. I have some of the stuff to catch up on there since I'm frustrated with my story right now. I have to get unfrustrated because it's almost time to start writing it. And I still don't know what I want to do. Okay. This is the set we talked about the Rebel because there's videos out there now and I watched a few of them. Essentially, I guess you would consider me a rebel because I'm not taking a blank page and starting from scratch. I'm taking my July camp story and rewriting it. So the story will be slightly different, but it will not be brand new and it will not be totally from scratch because I'm cutting things out and I'm adding, the new stuff that I want to add. So I guess you could say I'm being a rebel. And I'm not worried about it. I just, just the way it is. I mean, everybody's coming out about it now and that this is what they're doing and they were probably doing all along. It's just that now they're being more honest about it, I think. Because I know that's the way, most of the time for me, that's the way it happens. I don't actually start with a blank screen and go totally from scratch. I did in the beginning, but I could never get anywhere. Are you starting a new story? Or are you joining us rebels? Hi, Stephanie. Yeah, I'm still here. Everybody's kind of gone, but I'm still here. And I think Sarah's still here. She just got here. We were talking about nano rebels. Essentially, I'm a nano rebel. I'm not starting with a blank sheet of paper. I'm taking a story I worked on and going to rework it. So it's going to be partly new, but it's not going to be brand new. And I don't have anything in my head to even want to start anything brand new. This is the only thing I wanted to write. And there's nothing in my head that I can think of to write. You're not starting a brand new story either. Okay. I think more and more people, what I think is that people have been doing that over the years, but they're just finally getting honest about it. Because I know most years I did not start with a blank screen. I did in the beginning, I did that whole thing. Blank screen, start from, I never got anywhere. But I think, over the last few years, I've always had something pretty much planned. Especially now that they do, Preptober and everything, they give you that time to work on things and set up an outline if you want to, whatever. 5K. Yeah, I'm not sure because I still have some of the old stuff in there, and what I'm doing is moving it into a different document. Like I don't want to just delete it. in case I want to use it for something else. I've got about 4 or 5 chapters. I don't know what they equal. The chapters tend to get a little long. Because I might be around, I'm sorry, I'm eating popcorn. I might be around 5,000 roughly too, actually, that I want to use. Then there's all the stuff that I still have to sort through and decide what I might want to use and what I'm going to get rid of. And I keep changing my mind on these POV characters. I just don't know what to do. I read an article today. It said that some people can do more than 1 or 2 multiple POVs. People like, and I don't know his name, can never remember. I can't remember his name. Who did the guy who wrote King of, no, whatever is that Throne movie? Now, I don't think it's King of Thrones. Or maybe it is King of Thrones. I don't know. But they said he's skilled enough to, he can write, lots of multiple characters without, POVs without problem. Obviously, I can't. I'm not that. You don't have that much talent. I don't have that much experience. I don't know what a long chapter is supposed to be, but for me, I know these things feel like they're going forever. Haven't actually sat and count the words to see what they were. Really? So I don't know. I try to look, but my word is so screwed up that it would probably take me 3 hours to find out. But they just seem like they go forever and ever. But I don't see how to cut them. So that's what I'm trying to do now is I just took the first chapter, which I thought was super long, and I cut it and I put the female point of view in the middle. So I took the whole long chapter, cut it, added the female point of view, then went back to the male and tried to do the same thing and try to keep it flowing so it's flowing and not, I don't want to repeat everything that the first character did. I want, it to be different, story. So it's not a repeat. I don't want to, who wants to read 2 versions of the same exact thing? I mean, I've never published a book, so I don't know a lot about writing. And I really, I wrote as a teenager, and then for 30 years after I got that rejection notice, I didn't write at all. So it's only been like in the last 10 or so years that I really started writing again, and I really don't know a lot. And what I did remember from my high school days, of course, is gone pretty much. And this is definitely not ready for anything. I don't even know if I'm going to finish it for Nano. I'm kind of feeling, this is what I was saying earlier, is I kind of feel that I'm being set up to lose. Like, there's a lot of people that can't write 50,000 words, especially in a 30-day period, and they make it, either you're a winner or you're a loser. And I just feel like I'm being set up to lose. And I that's kind of why I'm rebelling and trying to get more of a grip on this before I start. So maybe. But I never, this story never it got to 45,000 words. So it would have fit probably 50,000. I didn't finish this whole story. I stopped after so many words. So I probably would have hit the 50,000, but I didn't really have, time to do it in the 30 words, 30 days. I'm not that fast a writer. I got a review of my new book, but there was no words in the review. Now, that sucks for one thing. But why would somebody review it and not put a review in there? Doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry that happened. I know reviews are important in order to, push yourself along. And are you using Kindle's KDP or something else? I don't know anything about any of them. I really don't. So I know a little bit more about Kindle because more people use Kindle. So, I know a little bit more about Kindle. But I do know reviews are important. That's what I thought. I wish they would have left review in words so I could at least improve. It doesn't even make sense to set an empty review. I mean, Kindle or whoever you're using has to know there's no words in there. You're on Amazon Kindle, okay. Oh, but not in the Kindle, on in the KDP or whatever. You're not in that. I gather that was. It was a 2-star. So they weren't exactly happy, but yet they couldn't take the time to tell you what they thought needed improvement. Yeah, and how are you going to learn if you don't get an actual review? I haven't been reading lately. Honestly, I've read very little. I don't think I've read anybody's books on YouTube yet. I haven't read anybody's. I mean, I know there's plenty out there. Obviously, you guys are all writing books. I'm trying to decide if I should take just part of what I've gotten written, which is the beginning, and not really, I don't know if they do it, sort of a beta reader thing to see if people think it's even worth. Right now, you don't even have a sentence. Yeah, that sucks. I have a long list of to be read, but it's growing longer each day. Yeah, we remain in here, and new books are coming out all the time. And sometimes I feel bad, but a lot of times there's a lot of fantasy, which I don't like to read. And it's like, I did read some of Laura's stuff, her horror stuff. And I did read one fantasy piece. It was short. She sent out a 30,000 word piece. And it was short. I thought, well, it's not too bad. And, I put a few things in there. because I'm not really sure how to review. And I don't want to screw things up and review something and screw it up. And I'm not sure whether, I want somebody to actually read this and say, well, I don't think this whole idea is a good thing. It's not a good idea. I don't know. It's rough. At least you got the courage up to put one out. I have not. And I can for other reasons. I won't be posting. I won't be publishing, not posting. Will not be publishing unless something changes, because I can't mess with my financials because I get state help and that would screw me over. So I can't do it. Even if I think I got the best book in the world, I can't take a chance. So I'm kind of stuck. I'm writing more just for the heck of writing, which is not quite as big a deal as those of you who are writing to be published. I can take as long as I want, and do what I want. I'm not on a deadline. I don't know why I just don't feel like writing right now. I don't feel, or reading. I don't feel like reading or writing. I just don't feel like it. It's not the first time I've come into a NaNoWriMo on the November ones, and I'm like, I'm not going to do this. I don't feel like it. I don't know if I feel like it or not. I mean, Sunday's November 1st at 5 o'clock. I'm doing the Ask Me Anything for the 100 subscribers. And then whatever time is left, I'm going to try to do a couple sprints for NaNoWriMo. And then I have to go to that sleep study. So it won't be a long one. It'll be 3 hours tops. And then I'm going to have to stop. I don't know if there's anybody out there that wants a sprint or not. The last one scared the daylights out of me. I forgot I said it. Oh, Sarah's still here. Okay. Sorry, my computer's freaking out. Understand. Got one here. Two of them here, actually. They're both. As long as this one lets me stream, I'll be alright. If it stops letting me stream, then I'm done for, because it's the only thing I have to stream on. I can't use my phone to stream on for whatever reason. I don't know what the rules are, but YouTube says no, you cannot use your phone to stream. You can do a video, but you can't stream. Let's see, Sarah said. Well, Stephanie says she's okay with no sprinting. It's up to you. Sarah says, question, I'm outlining my nano project, and I can't decide if my catalyst should be the return of the master character's mom, who left him 7 years ago, or the death of his sister. Well, I mean, I think the return of a mom might be more traumatic. But if your sister's been around the whole time of those years your mom's been gone, then that would be more traumatic. That's my feelings. Both are supposed to happen, but I don't know which should be the catalyst. Stephanie wants to know if the return is a welcoming thing. Oh, no, it's terrible. Okay. Terrible. Not a good. Um, I did a lot of kind of guessing, what I wanted to do. I think the mom returning would be more of a catalyst. Yeah, Stephanie, especially if it's going to cause a lot of issues. She says it's not a good thing. That's what I've been kind of thinking. Yeah, definitely. And the sister dying would affect the minister character more because of it, which is true. Sounds hard and sad. Gonna be a lot of tears now. A lot of tears. You can always toss a coin if you really can't decide which one is worse. And nobody will do that. I was doing that in one of my stories because I knew something happened. I forget why I was writing. I think they gave us a list of things that could happen, so threw the die to see what I got. If you look at me, I probably look like I'm falling asleep. I won't deny that I am definitely getting tired. I can start another timer if you guys want to. I try to do what my visiting people want to do. So if we want to do another sprint, we can do another sprint. I think my voice is getting lower too because I'm tired. Because I know when I'm driving, if I get tired, my driving slows down really slow. And I think I'm talking slower because I'm tired. I mean, it's up to you. I'm not sure I can get anything productive done at this point because I don't think my brain is able to function. I got one at 11 o'clock tomorrow night, which I have to worry about. I mean, I don't know if I'll be sprinting during the day or not. This Jules has one in the afternoon. It's not a super long one, though. You guys decide. Well, I think I'm going to say goodnight. I need to go to bed. I'm not getting anything done. I can't think straight. I can't hold on a conversation with you guys. So, if you're around, see me tomorrow at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Otherwise, see me Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the start of my AMA and nano sprints. So I will see you guys later. Good night.